97.
Beautiful afternoon here in Milwaukee, and we're set for the rubber game. It is the Chicago Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers on ABC 7. Great to have you with us. Alongside Jim DeShays, I'm Len Casper. We're going to get right into our Blue Moon perfect pitch as John Lester will pitch in Milwaukee for the first time.
Yeah, I think most hitters, when they go up against John Lester, they focus on that cut fastball, but he is not a one-trick pony. Great command of the outside corner. Typically, this is from his start last year, late in the year against the Brewers. He struck out 10 in that ballgame. The ability to paint the outside corner with his two-seam fastball, a big weapon. And let's not forget about the curveball, too. Big John can snap off a good bender as well. So Lester, fastball, cutter, curve, change. He has all the weapons, and they had them all working for him on that day. He did last time out, too, against the New York Mets.
Blue Moon artfully brewed with Valencia orange peel and a touch of coriander. Something's brewing, and that will lead us into the Honda starting pitching matchup. You see Lester against the Brewers. Those have all been in his home ballpark. Junior Guerra has been a good story for the Brewers.
Junior Guerra, a 31-year-old rookie. He's pitched a couple years in independent ball. He was on the restricted list for a couple of years, but he's doing a lot of good work for the Brewers now since June 22nd. 3-1 with a 185.
The Cubs have added to their bullpen. More on that as we get you set for Cubs baseball. Chicago Cubs baseball on ABC 7 is being brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. By Keller Graduate School of Management, learn loud. By State Farm, talk to an agent today at 800 State Farm. By Honda, start something special with a great deal on a Honda, now at your Honda dealer. And by Southwest, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. 7 is being brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Visit buyhyundai.com. By Lakeside Bank, celebrating 50 years of financial strength. Lakeside Bank, it's about time. By new BP gasoline with Invigorate, our best fuel ever. And by the Bob LaCourcio Auto Group. You're going to like buying a car this way. Roster move today. Right-hander Adam Warren has been optioned to AAA Iowa. He will start there. We could see him back in a starter role to give everybody a little bit of a rest here in the next couple of weeks. The reason he was sent out, our Keller Graduate School of Management leaders of the game, Joe Nathan has joined the roster. Let's hear from Joe.
I met him before in the All-Star game in 2009. Just try to explain to him how we're thinking about using him right now. He was pretty much aware of that. Like I tell the relief pitchers, just be honest with me. If you need a day, let me know. That's it. I mean, just pretty basic kind of stuff. He feels good. He's ready to roll today. So if we need him, we'll use him.
At 40 years old, he had his second Tommy John surgery. He is now 41, and you see some great accomplishments in his major league career, and possibly we could see his Cub debut this afternoon. Cubs go for a series win here in Milwaukee. They won Friday. They dropped the game last night. They'll try to grab game 3 today. By Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Looks like partly to mostly cloudy at the moment. Really hot today as we get started. Roof open. Manny Gonzalez says play ball. Nora Buckner Culbreth on the bases. Junior Garrett and Tommy La Stella. And low for ball one.
They're providing a real nice lift for this Brewers rotation. Has gone 6-2. They are 10-4 in his 14 starts.
Fastball in for a strike. We'll get you the rest of the Cubs lineup here in a moment. '21st start for La Stella. That's outside.
Guerra really lighting up the radar gun in his last start in Pittsburgh.
Swing and a miss. 2-2. Weather at first pitch brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons. 88 degrees. And a full count to start it.
The split changeup that he throws, and that's a real swing and miss pitch for him. In his start against the Cubs back on May 19th, he struck out 11. Really tough on left-handed hitters because of that pitch.
6 feet 205 pounds. He's 31 years old, and his payoff delivery misses outside. And a leadoff walk, and the rest of the Cubs Southwest Airlines starting lineup. Chris Bryant coming up. Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist. It's Wilson Contreras in left. Jason Hayward in center. Addison Russell, the shortstop's been red hot in and around the All-Star game. David Ross, John Lester, the battery 8 and 9. No Dexter Fowler today, just general body soreness. The hamstring is fine, but after 2 games back, Joe giving him the day off today. And as we like to say, if general body soreness kept broadcasters out, we'd never work. But we're old. 1-0 on Bryant.
Keep thinking that'd be a good name, you know, general soreness.
Probably smart. Fowler missing over a month.
Yeah, just ease him back in.
Yep. Bryant rolls one foul to third.
So Guerra, as I mentioned, an interesting case. 31 years of age. He's a rookie. Appeared 3 times for the White Sox last year. But he's been really good. That .204 batting average against, if he had enough innings to qualify, and he's just shy of that, but that would be among the league leaders. He's got a .306 ERA. He's allowed just the 9 home runs in 88 1/3 innings of work. Made his Brewer debut back on May 3rd. And he has been clipping along nicely.
A 1-1. Now 2-1 on Bryant, who is no longer the National League home run leader. Trevor Story has passed him now with 26.
Yeah, he's been on quite a roll. Story's hit 5 home runs in the last 10 days.
Three and 1 on Bryant.
Stella filling in for Fowler at the top of the batting order. Worked a deep count, took a walk. Bryant able to lay off that split finger pitch. Has himself in a favorable count. It's a hot day. Being efficient is going to be a key for both these pitchers this afternoon.
Gets by on ball 4. So back-to-back walks. And the Cubs are threatening here right off the top.
You know what you can't do?
What's that?
You can't defend the walk. But the Brewers have a team in the field anyway. And it's brought to you by Comcast Business. Perhaps you were wondering, is Jake Elmore going to get a start in this series? Well, indeed he is. He's out there in center, flanked by Braun and Perez. who plays all over. Will Middlebrooks getting his first start of the series. He's at third. VR Jeanette up the middle. Chris Carter, the first baseman. Jonathan LaCroix, the all-star, behind the plate. And we told you about Junior Guerra. He's in a bit of a bind here. Back-to-back walks. And now he's got to deal with Rizzo. In that start against the Cubs back in May, he went 7 innings, allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, struck out the 11, as I mentioned, walked 3. Dexter Fowler hit a leadoff home run against him.
Rizzo takes ball 1. Road trip continues in Chicago tomorrow night. Cubs and White Sox.
It'll be fun to check in over there and see if anything new is going on.
They'll try to turn it. 4, 6, 3, and they do. So Guerra trying to work around those 2 walks, has 2 outs.
Now this will help clean things up for him after 2 walks. He induces the ground ball from Anthony and gets 2 very important outs.
So it's up to Zobrist with La Stella at third and 2 gone. Back-to-back hits in his final 2 at bats last night for Ben to snap an 0 for 24.
Watch him go now.
Earlier this year, he had one of the hottest multi-week stretches we've ever seen.
Let's take a look at the Mercedes-Benz keys to the ballgame. In keeping with the news of the day, let's send Guerra home early. Need to collar the running game, and a cut above, referencing John Lester's best pitch, his cut fastball.
I think we should suspend that topic for the moment. Zobrist high and deep. Is it going to be fair? No. Just foul.
Well, he got into this one, and just a matter of will it stay fair or not. Too bad it didn't slice. He's leaning, kind of doing the bowler thing, trying to hit that 7-pin.
Oh, and 2. Called strike 3. Guerra finds a way out of it. Here comes John Lester when we return. ESPN 1000 Brewers starting lineup. VR's had a quiet series so far. Hernan Perez has not. He's in right, batting second. Braun, Lucroy, Carter. You see what he's done. Not much in this series, but leads their team in homers and RBIs. Jeanette's been a lot better against lefties this year. Middlebrooks his only start in the series. Jake Elmore in center, and Guerra, the pitcher, batting .240.
Cubs defensively, and it's brought to you by Chevrolet. Contreras slides back out there to left field. Jason Hayward will play center with Dexter Fowler getting a day off. Not where's Waldo, but where's Ben? Where are you going to find him today? You're going to find him in right field. Bryant, Russell, La Stella, Rizzo on the infield. David Ross is the hind catcher. And Big John Lester makes his first ever start here at Miller Park.
Here we go. VR, a switch batter. Takes ball one.
Boy, and he's been really good from this side of the plate. There are the numbers on John. 10 up, 4 down, 289 the earned run average. So into double digits in the win category again. He does that. He has done that every year but one. But he's been a regular mainstay in a big league rotation. First start against the Brewers this year. A couple dandies against them last season, and 2-2 lifetime with a 2.22 in 4 starts.
Swing and a miss, 1-2. So with this start, his first ever at Miller Park, there was one current ballpark in which John Lester has not pitched. Petco Park in San Diego. 2-2.
Needs to take that, mark that box. Cubs are there August 22nd, 3rd, and 4th. Everybody wants to pitch at Petco. Well, he did in the All-Star. He hasn't started it.
This is true. Yeah, so in the regular season he hasn't. So Guerra walked the first 2, and Lester not happy with himself after walking VR.
Well, VR, as I mentioned, he's good overall. He's been a very good offensive player this year, especially good against left-handed pitching. Borderline top of the zone. Normally not going to get that one called. VR with a .436 on base percentage against left-handed pitching prior to that plate appearance.
Seven-game hitting streak for Hernan Perez. Normally we see him at third. When he's in their lineup, he is in right against the lefty today. Swing and a miss.
He hit yesterday, 2 the day before.
Running game's a big part of the Brewers offense, so you'd expect them to be pretty aggressive, and you see the huge lead by VR. Not running.
Hey, he didn't get his feet set, and Lester, goes so quickly to home plate. So the game is on. The dance between the base runners and John Lester, and it's a battle that he has won. He, along with David Ross, Anthony Rizzo, it's a good solid game plan. They've really done a remarkable job shutting down the running game, despite the fact that everybody in the league knows he's not going to throw the ball to first base.
There he goes. VR safe. Looked like he came off the back part of the bag, but La Stella did not have the tag on him throughout that sequence. So VR with his major league leading 35th. I think that's also partly why John was so upset with himself for walking their best stolen base option.
Yeah, he knew he was going to have to deal with that early on, and don't be surprised if he tries to take third here. Step off.
And he just stole third without a pitch being thrown.
That walk essentially turns into a triple. And we've seen many base runners in the league just not sure how to handle it against John. Very tentative, and VR, talk about a sense of daring. It's like he's just not going to throw.
By the time John spun around, he wouldn't have had him anyway. Fly ball left. Contreras. And here comes VR. The throw to the plate. And pretty good one, but late. Contreras really didn't get a chance to set his feet, but with VR's speed.
Yeah, I think if he's able to get behind that ball, and he had time, he just wasn't able to do it. He would have been able to get a little more on this throw, and maybe had a play on him. He made an unbelievable throw here the other night. You see, he's drifting backwards as he catches that ball. So there's not a whole lot of momentum going into that throw. That's all arm strength.
So base is empty, 1 out, and a 1-0 Milwaukee lead on the sac fly. Bounce to third, foul. So no hits in this game, but 3 walks combined. One and two. Braun with an 8-game hitting streak.
5 out of 13 in his career against John Lester.
Ground ball slowed down by Rizzo, and the throw to first late. So Braun now with a 9-game hitting streak.
Yeah, he does a lot of work to the opposite side. This time it's sharply hit ground ball, just beyond the reach of Anthony Rizzo. And now does Ryan Braun push the running game a little bit. He's capable. He doesn't have VR's speed, but certainly capable.
Lucroy, 12 pitch at bat in the first last night that resulted in a 2-run homer, and now the lob over to the first, throw to second, hits Braun, and he'll stay there. So Lester, I believe that's his first throw to first in terms of a pickoff attempt. Braun got about a 35-foot lead. He lobbed to Rizzo, and Braun just kept running.
Yep. Normally John would just step off and hold the ball. The play might have been there to step off and run at him and just force him back to the base. But I think John trying to, establish early on that, I am going to have to throw over there today. And if I can make one good, accurate throw, get a base runner, we can change the dynamic a little bit. So the challenge for the big guy now is just to kind of fight his way through this mentally, realizing that they're going to really push it on the bases here today, still maintain the concentration and try to make quality pitches.
Braun with his 10th steal.
Was it 2 years ago? No, it was last year. The Brewers.
Yeah, they had a game. I think they were pretty aggressive against John. But again, it kind of fits their
they lead
Major
League Baseball in stolen bases.
91 now with 3 here in the first. Two and one.
2 years ago, John wasn't here 2 years ago.
look at the runner. That one rolled foul. 2-2. Another foul.
Cub fans, let's go. Plan now for the August and September push toward the playoffs. Tickets are still available for the second half, but don't wait. They're going fast. Visit Cubs.com today. Croy with a 2-run home run off John Lackey in the bottom half of the first inning in the ball game last night. It was pitch number 12 of that at bat. 10, 12, something
12.
like that.
Yep. This was the battery in the All-Star game. Lester to Lucroy. Left field corner foul.
Yeah, it was one heck of an at bat for Lucroy, and he kept fouling pitches off, and finally got one over the heart of the plate from Lackey and whacked it into the seats. His 13th.
There's the new guy, Joe Nathan. Shook a lot of hands today and his new teammates. Yeah, Lucroy actually called the pitches for John Lester in his All-Star appearance in San Diego as they battle here. Three and two. Now this is starting to look too much like that at bat last night. 7 pitches in.
Yeah, you know, as a starting pitcher, you go to the mound and you're just hoping to have a quick, efficient first inning, kind of get your feet under you, and anything but here with the base running, the walk to get things started, and the long at bat by Lucroy.
Towards center, diving stop, Russell, the throw to first, offline. Braun's going to hold it third. Lucroy with a hit, and they're at the corners. What an effort by Russell. Didn't get a good grip on the ball, it appeared, and pulled the throw.
Yeah, just a beautiful play, though, to prevent the run from scoring. And once he didn't get the handle, probably should have just hung on to it. It was not going to be a play at first base, but a nice play by Rizzo. So a run-saving play first by Russell and then by Rizzo.
Chris Carter. 0 for 8, 4 strikeouts so far in the series, and he bloops one into left base hit. Sounded like he broke his bat. And Braun will score, and it's 2-0.
That's just brute strength on the part of the Carter. Fastball was in off the barrel, but he is so strong he's able to push it out there to left. Yeah, looks like a little shard came flying off that bat.
That was the Brewers' 3rd consecutive hit, but the first to leave the infield. Well, it was Jimmy Nelson the other night who wanted to hit the reset button, and John Lester might feel that way now, but can't do that.
No, they do not allow mulligans.
Well, Scooter Gennett moving down in the order versus the southpaw. Going into this year, he had hit 124 in his career against lefties. This year it's better, 264.
Yeah, he didn't get that many chances in the past. Given this opportunity to play every day and face left-handed pitching, he's hung in there and done well. Allowed him to maintain his everyday status.
And Ross will head out 2-0 on Gennett.
A lot of good results for the Brewers so far here today. The only out, the sac fly by Perez. Pep talk from David Ross, no doubt. Thought he had the zone there. Manny Gonzalez deemed it low, I guess. Let's take a look at our Xfinity pitch tracks. Maybe just a little bit off. Yeah. David Ross doing some negotiating. Gonzalez right back in his ear. Don't start barking at me now. It's going to be a long day. Whether you're giving up hard contact or just fluke hits, when you're getting negative feedback, when you throw it in there and bad things happen, there's a tendency to pitch away from contact. That's probably part of the message that Rossi delivered when he went out there. Hey man, just keep attacking, trust your stuff.
Swing and a miss for the second out. Well, that's the thing. I mean, this feels like a disastrous inning. He's only given up 2 runs, so he can get out of it here and faces a former teammate, Will Middlebrooks. Somewhat limit the damage. It's a moral victory, if nothing else.
And if he gets Middlebrooks here, then he's got 8-9 to lead off the next inning, and hopefully it would be set up for very easy, efficient second inning.
Middlebrooks getting the start at third. His 8th start. He's 7 years old. Time with Boston, San Diego, and now Milwaukee.
Slipped. Middlebrooks has spent the bulk of the season at AAA Colorado Springs, adding .282 with 10 home runs there.
Best year of his career to this point was his rookie season with Boston. 75 games, 2012, 15 home runs at .288. Four seasons since then, he's at .210 at this level and over 900 plate appearances.
Yeah, he's a great example of that guy who didn't get better. You know, so many times with young players, well, he's good and he's only going to get better. There's no guarantee that that's going to happen.
3-1.
Hit .212 last year with the Padres and 255 ABs.
Be at least a 35 pitch first. very steamy day.
It's at least a 3-undershirt day for a pitcher.
Runners go 3-2, misses, ball 4.
Wow. Inside, maybe? Maybe up, I don't know. Pretty good looking pitch.
The bases are loaded for Elmore, Lucroy, Carter, Middlebrooks. Third, second, first.
You know, as an umpire, you just got to call what you see. I would be tempted to be hunting strikes on a day like today in this heat, but Andy Gonzalez has more integrity than I do.
Low, ball 1.
You hear the stories about some of those old-time umpires. Doug Harvey comes to mind. Strolling out to the pitcher at the start of the ball game, flipping him the ball. Work with me, son, and we'll get out of here in a hurry. So the pitch is 6 inches off the outside corner, or strikes.
1-1.
Doug Harvey. He's a dandy. His nickname God. Never missed a call. Never. Not one.
Free replay. Free pitch tracks.
He'd throw that backdoor breaking ball, and he'd look in at him, and he'd give you that motion with his hand. He went around the plate, son. Everybody was son. Kind of make a little circular motion.
1-2. Coming on is Hayward, and he's got it, and the inning was finally over. Brewers get 2. Of this series. That story we talked about last night about a non-physical incident. This has been a physical series.
Yeah, there's been some hard action. Got button. Who's got the button? Hard nose, hard ball.
That play is Contreras and Warren teamed up. Hooters hot play of the game brought to you by your Chicagoland Hooters, the original wing joint.
Well, in the Met series, what we had plays at the plate, throws from the outfield on 3 consecutive days, and some outstanding defensive work by the Cubs in recent days. Baez has been all over the place.
That was a rough first for John Lester. 39 stressful pitches.
Yep, yeah, the pitches and the guys taking liberties on the bases, getting into his head a little bit, having to deal with that nonsense. So get the towel and the ammonia water, throw it over the back of the neck, get into some air conditioning up in the clubhouse, and reset.
0-1 to Contreras. Now 1-1. And the Cubs let Guerra off the hook in the first. He walked the first 2 men he faced.
Talking about the pickoff play. Trying to get him to close the gap, to get closer, to make the throw shorter, and that would give him a better angle of making that throw to second base.
Middlebrooks across the diamond. They get a hustling Contreras. Time now for a Dunkin' Donuts fun cam. Got some new t-shirts from corkedbaseball.com. That's corked with a K. And proceeds benefiting Joe Madden's Respect 90 Foundation. The first shirt you saw was in Japanese. The process is fearless. That particular one is cool. The back of it is taken from Joe's iPad from the first day of spring training and some of the things he wanted to impart to his team. Good stuff. 1-0 on Jason Hayward.
Uses his iPad to write out his lineup every day.
I guess that would have been a screenshot from his iPad on the back of that new t-shirt.
Technology is interesting, right? He can write out his lineup card, send it to anybody who needs to see it. Players can get a text, hey, you're in there tonight, or I'm going to give you a day off today. Normally that will happen the day before. He'll let guys know if they're going to have the day off the next day. The ability to communicate now is so much better than it was back in the day.
Something has changed with the fashion police in baseball. You notice Junior Guerra and Jason Hayward both wearing white spikes. That'll go 3-1. I seem to recall there was something about you had to wear the main team color, like more than 50% of the shoe, but we're seeing, at least I have the last few weeks.
Do you think we're seeing a shoe rebellion?
Well, I don't know if it's a rebellion. I'm assuming it's allowed. I couldn't care less. I just noticed it. It's usually what you see in the All-Star game. Chris Bryant wore several different colored shoes throughout his night.
Got to be able to express your individuality somehow. And I guess changing shoes would be better than chopping up a uniform.
By the way, Chris Sale got a 5-game suspension after he was sent home last night, reportedly for destroying some throwback uniforms that he didn't want to wear. That's not right. Please wear your shoes, fellas. Public
no service,
place.
no shoes, no service.
Right. So those were the jerseys the White Sox ended up wearing, even though it was 76 collared jersey night last night. That game ended up getting suspended, tied 3-3 in the ninth. White Sox won it 4-3, so they've got the regularly scheduled game against Detroit today. So Sale is eligible to be back on Thursday, but whether or not he will pitch at Wrigley Field, I guess still.
Somebody was telling me earlier that that's the plan.
So if he's suspended, does he do a side session? Does he show up to the park early before everybody else does?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what he does. I don't know.
Could there be a trade before that scheduled start?
Could be. Robin Ventura's had to deal with some weird stuff over there this year with the whole Adam LaRoche and his son situation beginning of the year.
Russell on the ground to Middlebrooks, and he's out. 3 ground outs. Cubs go 1-2-3.
Blog on abc7.com, brought to you by Jeff Vukovich, your local nationwide agent serving the area for 38 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Pulling guard right there. Garrett can swing it.
Yes, he can. He's hitting .240.
Is a 5-game hitting streak.
Who is the NFL player with the nickname White Shoes?
Billy White Shoes Johnson.
Billy White Shoes Johnson. Junior White Shoes Guerra. Fouled back. The sales suspension, I guess, by the way, is 5 days, which means he would be back Thursday. Still 0-2. I guess Ken Griffey Jr. has some new shoes that are out today for his Hall of Fame induction. Well, I don't think that's the style Guerra is wearing as he strikes out. As we look at today's Comcast Business of Baseball, and you see the 2 inductees this year. We also want to congratulate Dan Shaughnessy, who yesterday was honored with the J.G. Taylor Spink Award, bestowed on a writer, longtime Boston baseball writer. Graham McNamee, the Ford C. Frick Award, given to him posthumously. He was a baseball radio pioneer. Inside on VR. Started that first inning mess with a leadoff walk, stole 2 bases, scored on the sac fly by Perez. Lester fires, and that one bounced foul. Real windy in Boston last night as the Twins beat the Red Sox 11-9. Jerry Remy, the Red Sox longtime TV analyst, hit in the head by a TV monitor that fell in those winds.
Watch some of the highlights of that game. Yeah, it was crazy.
He's all right.
Well, I saw that he was supposed to be back in the saddle today. Hopefully that's the case.
That one gets away on strike 3, of course. VR is on.
There we go again.
That'll be a fastball on Ross. So here's Perez.
So it's going to be interesting to see what Rizzo does now at first base. I don't, he's going to play off the base a little bit, maybe in front of him.
Called strike.
Perez showing bunt there. I think probably just taking a pitch, giving VR a chance to steal a base. Interesting, VR being so much more tentative now after running wild last time he was on. Almost as if he's saying to himself, well, I got away with it last time, but probably won't this time.
There he goes, and Perez fouls. Yeah, something grabbed VR there. As he,
a little quad.
Seems to be favoring that right leg. Hit hard enough for 2. They will get VR at second.
Check out the new gold standard for forecasting Chicago weather. Watch live at Doppler 7 Max with maximum power only on ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Max is getting a workout here lately with all the storms. A real nice play there by Russell. A lot of guys would have just taken the shore out at first base. A little clock in his head said, yeah, I can get my guy here, and keeps VR out of scoring position. Perez's turn to dance.
Was going to fire to first, but lost a handle on the ball.
Yeah, that's been one of the reasons why they've been able to control the running game this year. The base runners get that big secondary lead, and if they don't go, they're pretty far from shore. And he's been able to pick off a handful.
There he goes. Braun fouls.
So important for John to get strike 1 on the hitter with the man on first base, because the guy in the box less willing to take a pitch with a man running when he's already down a strike.
Skies have darkened a little bit. Lights have been on since we started. The roof open. 1-2.
Imagine Joe Madden and Chris Bosio right about now thinking, man, if we can get John through 5 today, we'll take it.
Another steal. Perez without a throw will make second. It's 4 here in the first 2 innings. Well, the Brewers, his 13th on the year.
That's two-strike pitch, and David Ross just doesn't want to give up a chance of getting a called 3rd strike there on a slow breaking ball. His chances of throwing out Perez pretty limited.
Another one gets by on strike 3. I don't know if I've seen 2 in an inning ever. He's got 3 strikeouts here in the second. And the inning continues. That'll be a wild pitch.
Fastball in the dirt, and David just not anticipating it and tries to pick it, just not able to block it. It's a challenge for him today too in this heat. Some lengthy at bats here already. We're only in the 2nd inning. John about to make his 60th pitch.
Just as the sun crept through the clouds, a roof starting to close. Runner goes. Braun to second. Ross will not throw. Five steals for only in the second. That ties a season high for Milwaukee. 93 on the year. They had only 84 steals all of last year. Two 2-0 on Lucroy.
Somebody's going to get ejected before this day is over.
Kind of have that feeling. You don't mean you, do you?
No.
Line drive is cradled by LaStella. Still 2-0 after 2. neighborhood fans. And last night we had a successful wedding proposal. Good timing on the sign.
He was fairly confident she was going to say yes.
Congratulations to the lucky couple, Cub fans, in fact. Roof still closing as the Cubs will bat here in the third inning. Strike on David Ross. Lester and La Stella to follow.
Guerra from Venezuela, originally signed with the Braves back in 01. Was he a position player?
He was a catcher.
Yeah.
And he's bounced around a lot. Braves, Mets organizations, Mexican League. Called strike 3. Independent ball here in the States.
Yeah, he played for the Wichita Wingnuts a couple different seasons. Pitched in Italy for a year. On Thursday, would be the 28th, the Crosstown Cup. It'll be the final game of the Cup. Continues as the Cubs take on the Sox. First pitch at 7:05, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will receive a Cubs T-shirt presented by Express. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
So for now, that's where we stand with the roof. It is not closed completely. Kind of like the sunroof, where you can open it a little bit.
They should have a big screen there. Put the screen door up.
1-1 on Lester. Guerra made his major league debut with the White Sox, 3 relief appearances last year. And for now, has found a home here in Milwaukee.
Leads all National League rookies in ERA, minimum 80 innings pitched.
Gone full on the pitcher. Guerra served a 50-game drug suspension in 2009 and he just committed a cardinal sin. He walked the opposing pitcher. So he's leading 2-0, but the first 9 he's faced, he's walked 3.
He did not pitch in 2009, nor did he pitch in 2010.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. Drive, base hit. First and second, 1 out for Chris Bryant. First hit for the visitors.
First hit, second reach for La Stella, who walked to lead off the ball game. Yeah, so Guerra, obviously you walk the first 2, then you walk the opposing pitcher. Not exactly dialed in.
Keller Graduate School of Management. Home run leaders in the National League. Story with a couple last night, so jumps past Bryant. Rizzo, you see they're tied for third with Nolan Arenado.
No.
All made by Brian O'Nora at first, and I agree with you. It looked from here like Chris held up.
Not a swing, is it?
Popped up. Carter drifts into foul territory, and he makes the catch. Well, this is the kind of day with the way it has started for John Lester, where the 3-run homer can really come in handy, can it? All that bad stuff that happened, but one big swing of the bat, and the Cubs could grab the lead here.
Yeah, it changed the feel in the dugout. A lot of frustration now. John not happy with the home plate umpires. Strike zone, big wasted opportunity in the top half of the first. Brewers running like crazy on the bases.
Big day already for an MVP candidate over in the AL. Jose Altuve has 2 homers and 5 RBIs in the first 2 innings. For the Astros, who lead 8-1 over the Angels as they play the top of the 3rd. Just 2.5 back of Texas in the American League West after a terrible month of April. 2-0.
I read a note the other day, I don't know the exact number, 26 or 28 consecutive days the Astros either gained ground or remain status quo with the Rangers. So in other words, there was never a day where the Rangers won and the Astros lost in that long stretch.
Carter will pick it up. Guerra at the bag, and he gets out of this one. So Cubs strand 2.
Sun Moment is brought to you by Sports Clips Haircuts. It's good to be a guy with over 85 Chicagoland locations. Find yours at sportclips.com.
Let's check out the Cubs Ford upcoming schedule. 4 in a row starting tomorrow night against the White Sox, 2 at U.S. Cellular Field and then 2 at Wrigley Field. All will be night games and will be on ABC 7 tomorrow night.
The last shot we had was Susan Walsh, our director John's wife, and some portion of his family.
Very cool.
Grace and Catherine taking in the ball game. There they are right there. Girls can play a little bit too. Got some game.
1-1 on Chris Carter.
John looking for a 1-2-3 low pitch inning.
Curveball is fouled to the pole side. That time, and he fights it off.
And Carter typically sees a lot of pitches, works deep counts, strikes out a lot, walks a fair bit as well.
Powering fly to deep center, looks to be playable, and it is for Hayward on the track.
Rocking the new kicks.
Who's the junior?
Maybe they are. I don't know.
Ken Griffey Jr. Hall of Fame version shoes.
I bet you they are. I bet you that's an homage to Junior.
Cut to miss by Jeanette.
When I was a kid, I had a Mickey Lolich glove. And for a while swung a Joe Torre Adirondack bat. Not as well as Joe. Did you ever play in a wood bat league as a kid, or was it all metal?
Did not play in a wood bat league. Played pickup games with wood bats.
When I was a little guy, little league, we had wooden bats, and then the aluminum bats were introduced. But our Babe Ruth League, which is age 13 through 15, the commissioner of the Babe Ruth League was an old timer purist, and it was wood bats only in his league.
And Jeanette went. Strike 3. 5 strikeouts for John. Yeah, I would have been fine with wood bat for all the youth leagues. In the small towns, it was a lot easier to just carry 3 or 4
well, it's more
aluminum bats for the whole team.
The wooden bats break.
Middlebrooks in the air, shallow center field. Was Stella backpedaling. There's that 1-2-3 Lester needed.
Four Winds Casinos. Escape the everyday.
Hey fans, when you think mortgage in Chicago, think eClick Lending. Whether looking to purchase or refi, never pay lender fees at eClick Lending. With rates currently hovering at all-time lows, now is the time. Head to eclicklending.com and lock in your low rate today. eClick Lending, point, click, save. Will Middlebrooks appeared to badly injure something in his right leg. Right there, something blew out. So he walked off the field, but with the help of his teammates. And as a result, Jake Elmore goes from center to third, and Kirk Neuenhuis, their offensive hero last night, will come in and play center. That one looked bad.
Yeah, and it looked pretty harmless as he went down the line and rounded the base. Maybe tore a calf. Zobrist a strikeout victim in the first inning after just missing hitting a long home run. Just twisted foul.
Roof opening up again.
Base hits in his final two at bats last night. Kids, you keep coming in and out, opening the door, closing the door. Paying to heat the outside here. Well, there's no air conditioning in the ballpark, in the seating bowl. There's some air up here on this level. Bob Uecker is the master of the thermostat, and Uecker likes it cool, so we're doing okay here. But down there in the seats and out on the field, it's smoking.
Ball four. We noticed it the last two nights when we walked out into the concourse. There's Mr. Baseball.
Yeah, it's a sweaty day is what it is. It's kind of swamp like. Walk number 4 issued by Guerra.
Contreras came up empty.
Four steals, one caught with Guerra on the mound this year. Jonathan Lucroy has been well above league average in throwing out base stealers. 5 of 14 first pitch strikes for Guerra so far.
There he goes, and the throw on one bounce is not in time. Zobrist is number 5 on the year.
The fastball runs in, and Lucroy has to reach over and then come back to make that throw, and that becomes a difference maker. Zobrist gets into scoring position. Close. They're contemplating in the Brewer dugout whether to challenge that one.
The council will challenge the call.
I think they're going to win.
Yep.
Quick release by Lucroy.
This manager's challenge is brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
A lot of scouts in attendance for this series. I'm sure there's a few that are just typical advanced scouts. But I'm sure there are others that are here contemplating potential trade deadline moves. Jonathan LaCroix's name has been out there for a while. Having an all-star year. He signed to a very friendly contract, club-friendly deal. He would bring a lot in return for this rebuilding Brewer team.
Craig Counsell wins the challenge. Zobrist caught stealing. One out in the inning.
Means Contreras is going to get a knock here.
Well, he's going to reach. And it may be a base hit, as Carter had to leave his feet.
He was well positioned. He was way off the line, so he was in position to make a play on this ball. But as he goes to the ground, it's like somebody hit an ejector button in the middle of his trapper.
You nailed it. It's a hit.
Yeah, I doubt that it's true, but it has always seemed to me that after caught stealing, the next guy gets a hit a high percentage of the time. Absolutely no evidence to support that. It's just what it seems. So there's Hayward in his Ken Griffey Jr. shoes. Yeah, you see the swing, the beautiful swing, the backwards cap. They're definitely Junior. Boy, was he fun to watch play. Not so much to pitch against, but so graceful in the outfield, had that beautiful swing. Wore the same number as Willie Mays, and that's when he first came to the big leagues. There's a lot of comparisons made between Griffey Jr. and the great Willie Mays.
Two and oh the count. So let's see. You remember what you did against the two Hall of Famers?
Not a lot of confrontations, I don't think. I think Junior at least hit a home run off me. I assume.
Let's see. Senior might have.
Senior definitely did. I remember Senior hitting one off me in the dome.
Okay. Junior went 1 for 2.
Oh, I owned him.
Three and 1 on Hayward. Let's see, Mike Piazza.
Might not have faced Piazza.
Yeah, you absolutely did face him, and he went 0 for 5. Ground ball into the shift. Safe at first. Craig Counsell may want another look at that one. So I think that was a 5-6 fielder's choice. Shortstop, third baseman.
Time's up. Play on. Safe.
Yep. 2 outs. Hayward at first.
Russell's really been swinging it well. Got his average up to 250. He's been driving the ball, plenty of extra base hits. Close to 400 over the last couple of weeks.
Got the mask of the home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez.
See where Russell ranks among Cubs shortstops in terms of extra base hits first 2 seasons. He'll pass Sean Dunston.
It's foul to third. So 2 Hall of Famers today went a combined 1 for 7 against Jim DeShays.
I should be in the Hall of Fame by association or some kind of math property, commutative property, or one of those.
Split grip for Guerra on a 2-2, and a swing and a foul as Hayward took off with that pitch.
Everybody moving a little bit slower on this hot day. Good day to sit on the porch and drink lemonade. Take a nap with the dog.
While watching Cubs baseball on ABC 7.
Don't mow the lawn today. It's too hot. Let's get all that rain. Kick back, watch a ball game.
It's the kind of day where you just fan yourself with a spoon as you're eating ice cream. Back of short. It is VR. That's it for the Cubs in the 4th. It's hot.
The relief.
Let's check out how John Lester has been painting the corners. Brought to you by Benjamin Moore. Paint like no other.
It's been a real battle for him here today, but he's punched out 5 along the way. Manny Gonzalez, the home plate umpires, and relatively tight. Now what's going on? Something going down.
Equipment issue possibly for Elmore.
I think it's Addy.
Addison Russell. I was watching Elmore on the other side. What's going on here?
Maybe tweaked something.
Javier Baez will come in. To play short. That's not good.
Perhaps heat related. You'll know when we know. Well, nice to have a plan B like Javi Baez when your starting shortstop has to leave the ball game. Baez putting together a one-man highlight reel with his defensive work this year. Didn't see anything there.
Fouled by Elmore. Two and one on Elmore, who started the game in center. And now is playing third. After Will Middlebrooks left due to some sort of injury. Lester winds and fires, and there's ball 4.
Cubs are celebrating Bud Fridays in the Budweiser bleachers all season long. On Friday the 29th of July, Budweiser will provide a Cubs scoreboard tank top to up to the first 5,000 early arriving fans 21 and older in the Budweiser bleachers. Get here early. For details, visit Cubs.com/Fridays. Well, check this out. Got Rizzo in, and Listella actually holding the base runner at first. Joe Madden wants to chat with Field and Culbreth.
Four umpires will get together.
Do you have any idea what this is about? Well, first baseman's mitt.
Right. So what he may be saying is if they make that switch, Listella would have to get a first baseman's mitt.
And Anthony wouldn't, I guess. I don't know that I don't know. We had, what was it earlier this year where somebody played first base and they had to change gloves? Yeah, I don't know.
I do.
Common sense tells me Tommy La Stella shouldn't have to wear first baseman's glove. It kind of goes along with all the shifting that there is in the game. So now they're just going to move La Stella into the aggressive defensive position and leave Rizzo at the base.
Now Craig Counsell wants an explanation. Throw to second, out. David Ross nails Elmore.
A measure of revenge there for Ross. Brewers debating a challenge. After all that, defending the bunt, they try to run, and they got a good pitch to work with, an elevated fastball.
Tag. By the way, I don't think it's about the first baseman. I think it's about a first baseman with that glove playing another position. It wouldn't be La Stella. I believe that rule was amended where La Stella can play first without a first baseman's mitt, but it's Rizzo with a first baseman's mitt playing another position.
Yeah, my argument is he's not really playing a different position.
Well, I mean, because La Stella's holding the runner on.
Right. So why can't La Stella stay in 2 steps behind the runner? Or,
we'll find out.
My guess is that I don't know.
But if it had to do with the glove, I think it's more about.
Oh, definitely had to do with the glove.
Then it was the first baseman, Rizzo, with his first baseman's glove playing a different position. I think more than it was La Stella without one.
I agree. That's probably the interpretation. I'm just saying I don't know that I agree with it. Anthony and Brian O'Nora still discussing down there at first base.
Oh, 2 to Guerra. Now 1-2. Pitch, and he swings and misses. This time Ross will throw to Rizzo to complete the out. Hey, Cubs fans, if you miss any of today's action, ABC 7 will rebroadcast each one of its Cubs matchups on the Live Well Network. Today's encore Cubs Brewers will air in its entirety beginning at 7 p.m. on ABC 7's digital channel 7.2 in the following cable channel positions. Ball 1 to VR. 2-0 Milwaukee. They got their 2 runs in the first inning. The running game helped as they stole 3 bases in that inning. VR had 2 of them, 1 with Lester not even throwing a pitch.
So Tom was able to Bounce back from that, hang in there and pitch scoreless baseball since. The pitch count obviously is going to get him. He's got 85 here in the fourth. Due to bat second in the top half of the fifth.
Two balls, two strikes. Called strike three, and the inning is over. 7 for Lester. Still 2-0. Brought to you by Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank.
The Cubs offer special programs designed for your future Cub, from Kids Sundays at Wrigley Field to Clark's Crew and baseball summer camps throughout the Chicago area. There are many ways to build lifelong Cub memories with your kids. Visit Cubs.com/kids to learn all about our Cubs Kids offerings.
Here is David Ross. Fifth inning. Well, we've had some interesting situations this year. Joe Madden had several relief pitchers playing left field in that crazy win in Cincinnati. And today he tried to flip-flop La Stella and Rizzo, and apparently wasn't allowed to do it because Anthony had his first baseman's mitt, and I guess he could have found a smaller left-handed glove somewhere in the dugout if they really wanted to do it, but we'll get the explanation later. Two-one. Ross in the air to center. Neuenhuis drifts in and makes the catch. NL Central standings are brought to you by the Bob LaCourcio Auto Group. 6.5 game lead going into today. Tonight the Cardinals host the Dodgers, and a major league debut, a right-hander named Mike Myers, M-A-Y-E-R-S, will debut for the Cards tonight.
Heads up.
Lester fouls. Scott Kazmir will pitch for LA. Phillies Pirates tied at 4 in the 7th. Just bailed out. Called strike 2 on a fastball. Hit well to center. Neuenhuis makes the running grab.
Pretty good day at the plate for John. Worked a walk, hit a bullet, and Neuenhuis able to run it down.
It's a good read by Neuenhuis. They say that line drive right at you in center is the toughest ball, but there was no hesitation.
Yeah, he's a very good outfielder. The bat has not allowed him to become an everyday player at this level. He's had opportunities. Get a fair amount of playing time with the Brewers here this year. Big day yesterday, of course, with 2 long balls. I've been 0 for 18 prior to yesterday. He's hitting less than 200.
Close pitch. Guerra didn't get the benefit on that one. 2-0. One is a strike 2-1. Pitching matchups this week. Jake Arrieta, Miguel Gonzalez tomorrow night. Kyle Hendricks, James Shields, who's been a lot better here as of late. So that rough start with the White Sox. There's a gapper for LaStella. Tommy trying to get to second. Going to be a play, and he's going to be out. Still 2-0 Brewers. Neuenhuis has certainly made an impact on defense. 2 really nice plays, including this one-hop strike to get LaStella. Save big with Felco. $1 installation on all windows, siding, and doors.
Yeah, not a bad idea there by Tommy LaStella with 2 outs. Forced it to get into scoring position. Neuenhuis just made a heck of a play on him.
Lester to Perez, ball one. Look out, a line shot ripped foul. That's a strike. Curveball, 1-2. Toward third, that'll kick foul.
Where all the conditioning pays off. A day like today in this heat with all the pitches he has made. Really lean heavily on your legs.
Lefty Clayton Richard. Left heel contusion for Russell. So he came out for precautionary reasons. He fouled a ball off his foot in the game last night. Lester thought it was strike three, didn't get the call.
Been a lot of these today where you thought he made the pitch. Some of those borderline pitches, and for the most part they have not been called.
Lester staring down Manny Gonzalez, who's just holding his hands up as if to say, what do you got? Here's Russell back in the second inning. That was a 5-3 ground out. The bat may have hit that heel that was injured last night. Big lead at first by Perez. He already has a stolen base today. That one line fair. Saw the chalk fly. Perez to third, Braun to second. It's a double.
Well, Joe, hoping to get John through 5 innings here today, and that's going to be a little tougher to accomplish now as Ron shoots this one into the right field corner. His second hit of the day. Boy, he's been doing a lot of work in that direction. His first hit was off Anthony's glove. And this time into the right field corner for a 2-base hit. And Cedar all the way down the third baseline, reading that play and ultimately throwing up a stop sign for Perez.
So Justin Grimm has joined Richard in the bullpen. Here comes Lucroy, and the Cubs will bring their infield in.
Zach Davies, the pitcher for the Brewers, the starting pitcher for the Brewers last night, held them to just 1 run on 3 hits and 6 in the third. Guerra's had some control issues here today with the walks, but they still not crossed home plate against him.
Curve is outside, ball one.
When you get to the middle innings of a ball game and you're having a hard time scoring runs, you're more likely to pull the infield in this situation, even though there's two men in scoring position.
Lester came in at 10-4 on the year. He won 11 games last year. A tough luck year at a .334, but went 11-12. This is start number 20. 2016 for the All-Star.
If not in pitch around mode, he's certainly in not give in mode here to LaCroix. At least he has been through the first 3 pitches. We're going to try to stay out there and see if he'll expand.
Does not, and the bases are loaded. Five-walk day for Lester, and that might be it. So this call to the pen is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. It's about time. Here's Justin Grimm.
Chicago, ABC 7 Eyewitness News, weeknights at 10 with Kathy Brock, Alec Krzyzewski, Cheryl Burton, Jerry Taft, and Mark Giangreco.
Here is Justin Grimm, bases loaded, nobody out. And it's Chris Carter at the plate.
Yeah, they're
probably an RBI single in the first.
Other guys you'd rather face with the bases loaded than the big slugger, but he's got holes he can be pitched to. Punch out double play, that would be a good formula for Grimm here.
Swing and a miss. One and one. Carter with a half cut that counts as a full swing. 1 and 2.
for a little high Wisconsin cheddar.
Ball strike 3. That's one.
They throw that elevated fastball looking for a swing and miss. Carter took it. Manny Gonzalez has had a pretty tight strike zone all afternoon. Brings him up. Well, Justin Grimm did his job. One hitter faced. And one very important strikeout.
Clayton Richard when we come back.
Well, Clayton Richard, the veteran left-hander, is a ground ball specialist. That's what Joe Madden is looking for here. So has a left-handed hitter due up for the Brewers and Scooter Gennett. Clayton 0-1 with a 6.75 ERA, 24 games, with just 13 in the third innings. Things have not gone particularly well for him to this point. And this is a great opportunity for him. Pressure for sure. And an opportunity to a big impact in this ball game.
Three on, one out. Big time jam. And it's Richard against Gennett, who struck out twice against the starter Lester. Here we go. 0-1. From the stretch, outside on a breaking ball. Harris at third, Braun at second, Lucroy at first. 1-2 to Gennett. Bullpen is quiet. Joe wants Richard to get out of this inning. Middlebrooks, check that. Neuenhuis on deck, batting in Middlebrooks' spot. Left due to an injury earlier. Big bouncer, and Dunn can't get it. Here comes a throw to the plate, safe there. 2 runs in, throw to third, safe there. Got the ground ball, but it was a high hop that went over the 6'5" Chris Bryant. 4-0.
Yeah, Richard makes a good pitch. It's off the plate, out away from Jeanette. He just pounds it into the ground at a big high hop over the head of Bryant. So unfortunate there for Richard, and 2 runs come home. Will be charged to John Lester.
It has been challenged by Joe Madden.
Javi had him out. Javi was ringing him up.
And this manager's challenge is brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. One overturn earlier. That was a Craig Counsell challenge. Very, very close.
This one may take a little while.
So Joe loses his challenge. Here is Neuenhuis, who had a huge night last night. Neuenhuis homered off John Lackey in the 4th and hit a 3-run homer off Mike Montgomery. It was the first batter Montgomery faced as a Chicago Cub, and he homered to the opposite field. Second and third infield in, and a strike called. Neuenhuis hitting .307 with an OPS of .981 here. On the road, .116 batting average, OPS .452. It was like Hall of Famer versus a AAA player. Home and road this season. Throw will go to the plate. They've got Lucroy caught. They're going to try to buy time for Neuenhuis, who will not get to second. So first and third, 2 outs.
Lucroy going on contact, reads the play, and knows that the back runner, or the runner immediately behind him, is going to come into third base. So he's just trying to stay in a rundown long enough to allow Neuenhuis to get into scoring position, but well executed by David Ross.
Walk Elmore intentionally. The pitcher Guerra is on deck. There is ball 4.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Guerra with 3 on, 2 down. And now a 4-0 lead. Towards second, and Baez got the ball right as he touched the base, and the inning is over. 4-0 Milwaukee after 5. By State Farm. It was off Kyle Loesch, May 9th, 2015. Chris Bryant's first major league home run. It was a go-ahead homer, too. Cubs were down 2-0 at the time. Top of the third, he had a 3-run shot.
You knew where to find the boys, or up in the tunnel or in the clubhouse, trying to hide on them. It's smoking hot here today.
Gonzalez trying to keep cool as well. Top of the 6th. As we get set for the 4-game Crosstown Classic, Cubs and the White Sox, another interesting story has been uncovered. Ken Rosenthal, FoxSports.com, wrote a lengthy piece today about the White Sox apparently not paying their clubhouse dues and tips in Seattle earlier this month due to a change in team policy there by the Mariners. It is kind of a convoluted story, and we don't have time to go through the whole deal with dues and tips and all that stuff. Bryant with a base hit to start the 6th. But I guess what happened in Seattle, they have a new policy, takes 60% of the dues into an account that is now managed by the Mariners. And I don't know how it monetarily affects the visiting clubhouse manager and all the attendance, but the White Sox players decided they didn't like the whole deal, so they decided.
So the money goes where?
40% of it, I guess, is kept by the clubhouse manager, and then 60% helps pay for food and the other assistants' salaries.
I don't know what the norm is anymore.
Well, the norm is I don't think the clubs really get too involved.
Yeah, there was a time there, but that because the IRS got involved because the clubbies were making money, and there was no way of reporting it, you know, and then I think that there has been some changes to that over the years. Yeah, because it used to be you just write a guy a check or hand him a bunch of cash when you left town.
Bunted by Rizzo as they were shifting. That was not a sac bunt attempt. He's just trying to get on base here with his team down 4. The newest Cub is getting ready. That's Joe Nathan. I guess last year the Giants tweaked their policy, and when they got some complaints from visiting teams, they quickly changed it again back to whatever they had before. I'll send you a link to the story and you can read up on it. And as a former player, you might find it interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine that the players are probably arguing, we want to pay our dues and tip according to, maybe this particular bat boy was really good to me, so I'm going to give him a little bit more. Or maybe this guy sat around on his backside the whole series, didn't do anything, so I'm not going to give him as much as I give that guy. And I don't know.
It's high. It's 1-2. Garrett gets his sign from Lucroy, and the pitch fouled out of play to left.
If the Cubs don't come back and win this ball game, and if the Cardinals win their game, St. Louis will move to within 5.5 games. It'll be as close as anybody has been to the Cubs since late May.
Was routine. The door has opened. Jeanette, who committed an error the other night early in this series, with potentially a huge miscue here.
Yeah, got in a hurry. Tried to make the flip before he had the baseball. Chin starts to rise up. Didn't follow that ball into his glove. And Friday night, the Brewers committed 2 costly errors and a big mental error when they didn't get an out on a bunt. Not to make an excuse for Jeanette, but the pace with which this game is being played in this heat would be tough for anybody to maintain their concentration.
First and second, no outs. And the pitch to Zobrist. Ball 1. By the way, with all that stuff swirling around the White Sox, it has not affected their play today. Adam Eaton with the game-ending single in the suspended game, 4-3 over the Tigers. And they have a 4-0 lead over Detroit in the regularly scheduled game in the 5th. Ground ball into right, base hit. Bryant around third. He will score. It's 4-1 and still nobody out. And with that first run for the Cubs, Chicagoland's own E-Click Lending will donate $100 to the Pat Tillman Foundation, supporting military veterans and their families. Derek Johnson to the mound, the Brewers pitching coach. This game is far from over. You got to be thinking big inning here now.
Yeah, you've got a pitcher that you're getting your third look at. Fatigue has to be a little bit of a factor. He nears 90 pitches. And with that in mind, double barrel action out there in the Brewer bullpen. Knebel and Smith heating up in a hurry.
Now Rizzo at second, Zobrist at first. Cornerman guarding against a possible bunt. Instead, a ground ball to short. They get one. They get two. A huge double play for Guerra. 6-4-3.
The second one of the day, he got Anthony Rizzo to hit into a 4-6-3 in the first inning after back-to-back walks to start the ball game. So he gets the weak contact, got the ball in on the hands of Contreras, gets that slow-paced ground ball to short, but VR does a nice job charging it, and they turn it into a twin killing.
So a runner at third, that's Rizzo, but 2 outs in the inning. And Hayward takes ball 1. Really with a slow pace, as JD mentioned. Been like that all day for these two starters. Cubs now into their bullpen. John Lester went 4+ and was charged with all 4 runs. Two-two. Right field, and on the warning track, a leap and a catch by Perez to end the inning. Cubs can only get 1.
ABC 7.
This pitching change is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. Lakeside Bank, it's about time. Here's 41-year-old Joe Nathan. First major league appearance here in 2016. Coming back from his second Tommy John surgery. Last made one appearance with Detroit in 2015. And you see his numbers while rehabbing at AA and AAA in the Cubs chain.
So it has to be a certain amount of pride for him just to get back to the big league level after that second Tommy John surgery. Given all the pitches and all the years, 40 years of age, fought his way back, and we're going to find out how much he's got left in the tank.
Facing the top of the order here for Milwaukee, Jonathan VR. Here's the pitch by Nathan. Fastball. 4 strikes. So his first major league appearance since April 6th of 2015.
Debuted with the Giants way back in 1999.
He got the save in that game against Minnesota. That is a fair ball into the right field corner. VR might be thinking 3. Lestella's relay not in time. It's a triple.
No opportunity for Nathan to settle in. First batter he faces whacks one into the right field corner. I guess to that end it's an upgrade over at Montgomery's outing last night. First batter he faced hit a 3-run home run off him. Here VR triples off Nathan, and the Cubs will pull the infield in yet again.
Against Hernan Perez, sac fly, fielder's choice, stolen base, walk, and a run. Ball 1. Nathan replacing Adam Warren on the big league roster. Warren option to AAA Iowa.
Six times an All-Star for Joe Nathan.
Probably not going to see the velocity you saw 8, 9, 10 years ago with the Twins, and he was averaging almost 95 miles an hour on his fastball. Keller Graduate School of Management statistic of the game: 35 save seasons. Nathan with 9. Rivera and Hoffman each with 12.
He made his first All-Star team with the Twins in 04. Last made the All-Star team in 2013 with the Rangers. He was the Rolaids Relief Man Award winner in 09. From the State University of New York at Stony Brook.
Fouled back. Full count, 3-2. We'll try it again. Went to high school in Pine Bush, New York, not too far from Poughkeepsie. say one of the great trades made in recent memory was the Twins acquiring Nathan, Francisco Liriano, and Boof Bonser for A.J. Pierzynski and cash. November 14th, 2003. Ball 4. A.J.'s had a long and productive major league career. It did not go well for him in San Francisco, and Twins get Nathan and Liriano out of that.
Yeah. Pretty shrewd move. See Nathan there trying to get Perez to offer at that slider out of the zone, and that's what happens. You know, a guy like Nathan who used to overpower guys in the strike zone can't do that anymore, so he's got to, as in now, he's had to over the years change his approach.
Left-hander Will Smith. Two and 0. Chris Bosio will head out to the mound.
Stay ahead of the weather with Chicago's first alert weather team with Jerry Taft, Cheryl Scott, and the entire ABC 7 weather team only on Eyewitness News.
The lefty Montgomery. That's a strike. Braun went. 2-2. How about this battery? Nathan and Ross. 41 years old on the mound. 39 behind the plate. Perez runs. The pitch is low. No throw. 3-2 to Braun.
And a track meet here today for the Brewers.
A lot of experience.
Got 7 steals.
That sounds right. 15 years in the big leagues for these two guys apiece. Infield in, 3-2. Braun fouls.
Six steals today, most in the game since May of 2013.
So 3 guys have 2 apiece. Top 3 in their order: Villar, Perez, Braun, all with 2 steals. 6 out of 7 as Elmore was caught earlier.
Braun may be willing to expand here to try to drive in runs. He has the ability to go out of the zone and do damage. He doesn't walk all that much. That would be the one knock on Braun.
Look at the Dodge out of town scoreboard. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. Mets beat the Marlins 3-0 in Miami. Pirates leading the Phillies bottom of the 8th under a rain delay. And a barn burner in DC. Pods and Nationals. Called strike 3.
All those swings, Braun, he was guessing ball here, I guess. I'm guessing slider is what he was thinking, and Nathan fooled him with a fastball. Man, right over the heart of the plate. About thigh high. That's right where Braun likes it. Astros lead the Angels 12-1. They're in the top of the 7th. Jose Altuve, 3 out of 4, 2 home runs, 6 driven in so far. Tim Lincecum gave it up today for the Halos. Lincecum in his return to the big leagues, things have not worked out particularly well for him. An inning in the 3rd today. He made the start, allowed 7 hits, 8 runs. Has an ERA of 8.70.
One and 2 to Lucroy. Nathan already up over 20 pitches. Here it is. Count holding.
Yeah, and because he is coming back from a second Tommy John surgery, I would imagine Joe's got to be careful how he uses him. I'd like to see him on back-to-back days.
2-2. VR triple to start the inning. A walk to Perez. He stole second. Braun struck out looking. And the pitch to Lucroy. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Not out of it yet, but he's closer.
Good work there. Punches out Braun looking and then gets Lucroy to chase this good slider. Starts on the outside corner, breaks down and away.
Set at the belt, the kick, the pitch. 2-0. Jay Happ's 13-3. 2-0 over the Mariners. Combined 1-hit shutout. Say that very carefully. 2-1. Edwin Encarnacion with his 27th. Two and two. We will not see Ketel Marte, Mariners young shortstop.
What did he do?
Put on the DL. He has mononucleosis.
Oh yeah, I read that yesterday. Well, this could be a turning point in this ball game if Nathan's able to get Carter here, pitch around that leadoff triple.
Swing and a miss. So he gets into a big jam and he finds a way out of it. He gets Braun looking. And then Lucroy and Carter swinging. Rallies at 4. Get your first look at the day's headlines with Linda Yu. Rob Elgis, weather with Cheryl Scott, sports with Jim Rose. Only on ABC 7 Eyewitness News at 4. Still 4-1. Cubs had chances to get more than the one they got. In the top of the 6th, and Joe Nathan found a way out with no runs allowed in the bottom of the 6th. So Guerra back out there for the 7th.
Craig Counsell had action in his bullpen last inning. I would assume the first sign of trouble here in this inning, he would get somebody up again. One of those games that feels very one-sided. Cubs meeting frustration, bouncing into double plays at critical times, and Brewers doing all the running, but still very much a winnable game. Cubs down 3, have 9 outs to play with.
It's been a weekend of sellouts here at Miller Park. They've had 5 this year, and 3 have been this weekend. 43-310 today. 1-2 on Baez. He's in the game because Addison Russell exited with a left heel contusion. Doing all right there, Javi? No batting gloves. In the air to left. Braun doesn't need the sunglasses, even though he's in the sun field.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's starting pitchers, brought to you by Subaru. Jake Arrieta will toe the slab for the Cubs. Miguel Gonzalez will work for the Sox. 1 of 4, first 2 on the south side, and then Wednesday and Thursday at Wrigley.
Miguel Montero announced to hit for Ross, and that'll be it for the starter. Craig Counsell will make a change. Here comes left-hander Will Smith. This call to the pen is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. It's about time. Best transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or localfordstores.com. By Insure on the Spot, get your free 2-minute quote today at insureonthespot.com. By Presence Health, compassion is our mission. And by Volkswagen. Left-hander Will Smith against left-handed hitting Miguel Montero.
Smith missed a bunch of time with a knee injury earlier. Worked 2/3 of an inning in the ball game last night. There's the numbers for Guerra: 6 1/3, 5 hits, 1 run. It was unearned.
Ball 1 on Miguel. That's a base hit. Pinch hit single, Miguel Montero. That's Caesar for Nathan. We've had a few of these games with the score in the opposite direction. Cubs up 2 or 3, and we've commented that it feels like this is an 8 or 9 run game. When Jake Arrieta was on the mound early in the season, we had the Jake conversion chart, but kind of similar to today.
Yeah,
Cubs are only down 3, even though it feels like they're down a lot more.
Yeah, it's the kind of game, if the Cubs come back and win it, I'm sure guys in that visiting clubhouse and the coach's room and the manager's office are going to be looking at each other going, did we just win that game? Smith came up with the Royals in 2012 as a starting pitcher, made 16 starts that year, had a losing record and a 5.32 ERA. Following season, made the move to the bullpen and has enjoyed success as a reliever. Last couple of years, his name called a lot by the Brewers. 78 appearances in 2014. The 3.70 ERA, 76 appearances last year, and ERA last season a full run better at 2.70.
Yankees beat the Giants 5-2, so they took 2 of 3 in that interleague series.
The question surrounding the Yankees is, will they or won't they? Will they pull the trigger and become a seller at the trade deadline?
50 and 48, 4th place in the American League East. Just completed a 6-4 homestand. Ground ball to third. And everybody's safe as Elmore can't handle it. That'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Maybe he has a better chance to make that play on the backhand side, but he opted to try to get in front of it. Tangled up a little bit, couldn't corral it. Sharply hit by Caesar.
Got to be an error, right? Hit right at him.
I would think. And it was sharply hit, so the scorer may consider that. He's deliberating.
Tim O'Driscoll, a long time official scorer here in Milwaukee, and Tim has given Elmore an error. LaStella the batter. Foul strike.
He's been really good today. A walk and 2 knocks. Thrown out in the 5th, trying to stretch a single into a double.
1-1. Smith shrugging his shoulders and getting it right back from Manny Gonzalez. He doesn't want to hear it.
It's too hot, man. He's been I mean, it's like I said, not egregiously for the most part, but his misses have been more that way. That pitches that were in the zone have been called balls, more so than the other way around. Would it surprise you if I said Tommy La Stella has only had 10 at-bats against left-handed pitching this year?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Gotta get in. Here comes Montero. Caesar will be stopped at third. It's a 2-run ball game, and the Cubs potentially a hit away from tying it up.
Well, how about Tommy La Stella's work this afternoon? My goodness. Extra Fowler gets the day off. La Stella written into the leadoff spot in the batting order, and has he ever responded? 4 appearances, 4 reaches, walk, single, double. This time it drives in a run. And the opportunity to steal this one is right there in front of the Cubs.
Chris Bryant. The Cub fans making a lot of noise. Ball 1. Tyler Thornburg, a right-hander, getting ready quickly. Right now it's just still playing catch in the Brewers pen. Two and 0.
Good work off the bench. Montero pinch single. Caesar reached it on air, but a very good swing.
3-0. Let's check out the exit velocity brought to you by Toyota. Off the bat of Tommy La Stella, 94 miles an hour. And now they will intentionally walk Bryant, already going 3-0. There's ball 4. Caesar at third. La Stella, he represents a tying run at second. Bryant aboard at first. Derek Johnson to the mound before Anthony Rizzo bats.
One out of 11 in the series now. It's been a frustrating day for him today. He's done a lot of damage in this ballpark.
You go back to Nathan getting out of the second and third nobody out jam in the bottom of the 6th. Would have been lights out. Had that thing blown up.
Hot, sweaty, excited people.
Here we go. Smith to Rizzo. Ball 1.
Breaking ball just catches the outside corner.
One and two.
Choke and poke mode.
Anthony crowds that plate. Low and away. 2-2.
Nobody beats the Riz. Comes through here, we'll get him his own little crown.
Baez flied to left to start the inning. Montero off the bench against the lefty Smith with a single. Big error. It could have been a double play ball. As Rizzo punches that one out into right center. Caesar scores. La Stella will score. Here comes Bryant. Cubs lead. Cubs lead 5-4. Oh baby, Anthony Rizzo.
And this place is rocking and rolling, full of Cub fans. It has been a frustrating day, but it has just turned with a great work by Nathan in the bottom of the inning, and now this Mercedes-Benz drive of the game by Anthony Rizzo to clear the bases. Nobody beats the Riz. Watch the reaction out at second base. He is jacked.
That will be it for Smith. Greg Counsell, I think, might be making a double switch. He will be. And this call to the pen is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. It's about time, and we'll be right back. Wouldn't that be something? We still have a long way to go, and there's still only one out in this seventh inning.
Here comes Tyler Thornburg. He's got a 3-4 record, a 2.33 ERA. Pitches for the 41st time. Number 40 was last night. He worked the scoreless inning, had a strikeout in the Brewers 6-1 win. A new first sacker. The day of mounting frustration is flipped here for the Cubs.
Zobrist takes a strike. Rizzo clearing the bases with his double. 75 RBIs now in the year for Anthony. Rizzo could, by the end of the day, be the National League leader. Nolan Arenado was 73 to start the day. This has been a very good ballpark for him in his career. Foul, just foul.
Fresh Prince is a little hot under the collar. And Rizzo again with that 2-strike approach. Shortens up, chokes up.
Ground ball, base hit. Rizzo's going to score. It's 6-4.
Mr. Zobrist is back after 2 hits yesterday. 2 more here today, plus a walk. This one drives in a very important run.
So all 5 men Will Smith faced came around to score. One reached down an error, but Wilson Contreras takes ball 1.
Game that was moving so slowly and frankly was kind of it's just gotten really exciting. John Lester off the hook. Junior Guerra with a hang with him.
Two and one. You guys got to be feeling really good. As you said, this is just an accomplishment to get back to this level after your 2nd elbow reconstruction. And when he found out the news, he was already 40 years old. He was back in the major leagues and right now pitching on a team with the best record in baseball.
Not only did he strike out 3 in a row after the triple and the walk, but it was the middle of their order, Brian LaCroix and Carter. Cubs have now out-hit the Brewers 9-6.
Zobrist takes off, swing and a miss, strike 3, throw to second. He
Man, I thought he was safe.
Hang on a second. Joe may want another look. Anthony Rizzo with the big hit here. Cubs put up 5.
Brought to you by Lakeside Bank. It's about time. What a job by Joe Nathan. Now it's Travis Wood's turn. He's 3-0 with a .295. On for the 49th time. League batting .182 against him. Scooter Gennett to lead things off. And then Neuenhuis, so a couple of left-handed bats. And then Jake Elmore. Miguel Montero will now do the catching. With Matt Caesar, he's in center. Waving high.
Zobrist to second, Hayward to right. And Gennett fouls.
Musical chairs. So that means that the pitcher would be in the one hole in the batting line.
For the record, that crew chief review call was confirmed out at second.
Yeah, we've seen the Scooter Gennett out there with a couple of really good tags, reminiscent of Javi Baez. We talk about tags more than ever before with what we've seen from Baez.
Yeah, none of the shirts I buy have them anymore.
You going tag free?
Oh yeah. As much as I can.
How do you know what size you wear when it comes time to buy a new shirt?
Well, they can actually, there's a thing where they actually can print on the material of the actual shirt. It'll give you
All the pertinent information?
yeah. In fact, the one you're wearing right now probably has that. As Wood makes the play.
Tempo usually picks up when Travis comes into a ball game. He works quickly.
All right, I got your birthday gift idea. That's a great T-shirt.
What did it say?
I'm kind of a big deal. I could see you wearing that walking down Michigan Ave.
Yeah.
Neuenhuis. Ball one. Wild game here in Milwaukee. Cubs down 4-0 after 5. They've scored 6 over the last 2 innings.
Cubs dropped 2 out of 3 when we were here earlier this year.
Wayne Boyer's up. Cutter missed off the outside. Couple of Brewer errors looming very large today, leading to 2 unearned runs. That's the margin right now, as that ball will drop fair on the line, and the fan interference. Second and third, so the tying runs in scoring position.
Well, walks have been a big part of the story here today, as the Brewers have been able to take advantage, and now after the 1-out walk, just a little flare. Elmore thought that ball was going to be foul. Somehow it holds its line. Bounces right on the line.
Here's Andy Wilkins, who came in as part of a double switch in the top of the inning. Well, we said it earlier when the Cubs were down. This game is far from over, and we'll say it again now that they're ahead by 2. Left field. 3 Cubs in the area, and it's about 4 rows behind that tarp. And if someone had been able to dive into the stands and catch it, it would have been Javier Baez.
Both teams carrying an 8-man bullpen and using only a 4-man bench. Wilkins in the ballgame. Neuenhuis came in earlier, so not a lot of options for Craig Counsell on his bench. He's got Flores from the left side. Maldonado, the backup catcher, is a right-handed hitter.
1-1. Game-ending pinch hit, 2-run homer, Nolan Reimold, as the Orioles sweep the Indians 5-3 the final at Camden Yards. Foul tipped. It's 1-2. Strop. See Grimm, Richard, Nathan, Wood, Strop, and Rondon likely will get into the game at some point. Just hasn't been easy for any pitcher today, has it? Seems like every time we look up, this guy's at 17, 22 pitches every inning. Another foul, still 1-2. 39 for John Lester in the first today. Good try, 2-2.
I'm going to bet that if you looked it up, Randy Gonzalez has a lot of high pitch count games. Cub fans, celebrate Chicago every day with Windy City Live, your local home for everything Chicago is talking about, with Val, Ryan, and G. Now weekdays at 1, only on ABC 7. Travis Wood from Arkansas. Andy Wilkins played college ball at the University of Arkansas. Originally, at least played his high school ball in Oklahoma. Broken Arrow High School. That sounds familiar. I think there's been a few guys out there.
Broken Arrow. Archie Bradley. Jim Brewer. I think we discussed this last time we saw Wilkins. Well, maybe it was when we talked to Archie Bradley. That's what it was. Hey, got him on a foul tip. Had to work for it. 2 down.
Not out of the woods yet, but a big strikeout by Travis Wood. Slider across the top of the zone.
We are a quiet first couple of days in this series. He's made a lot of noise today. On 3 times, a walk, strikeout, pass ball, and then a triple. 2 stolen bases and a run. Contreras over into left center, and the inning is over. We go to the 8th. Cubs 6, Brewers 4. By Southwest. Cubs baseball on ABC7 is being brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. By State Farm. Talk to an agent today at 800-STATE-FARM. By your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Visit buyhyundai.com. And by the Bob LaCourcio Auto Group. You're going to like buying a car this way.
It's quite the process going here.
Cinnamon on the pretzel. Okay. More than he bargained for. Here's Blaine Boyer.
35-year-old right-hander. Two-seamer to get started. And go 90, 93 with a fastball, sliders and curves.
These guys would have just missed each other in Atlanta. Boyer started his career with the Braves. So did Hayward, but Jason made his debut after Boyer had already moved on. Out. 1-2.
It's an attention getter. Stay in there, hit a line drive to left center.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Hit well to left, but out of play. Ken Griffey Jr. in Cooperstown. It's like a hot day there, as it usually is here in late July. Yeah, you got to put the cap on backwards. That's right. Nicely done, Junior.
He's working in some capacity with the Mariners these days, is he not?
I believe he is, yeah. Special consultant. Mr. Mariner. Does anybody call him that?
Never heard that.
They should. Most important player in their franchise's history, right? Not very debatable.
Big Unit had a pretty good run there.
You pitchers. Line and
stop playing me there, he says.
Right into the shift. VR makes a play.
For 4 today, despite some good swings. Hit a bullet deep to right last time.
So because of all the hard hit outs in that area, you could sit there and go, well, Jason needs to make an adjustment. Well, considering where he is with this season, you want hard contact. You're not trying to parse where you hit it, right?
No. But the only thing they're trying to do, I think, is trying to get him to drive the ball in the air more.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you hit it out of the ballpark, it doesn't matter where they're playing you.
Correct. Yep. And he's only got 4, as you mentioned. That'll drop for Baez.
Folks, see why Chicago starts this day with ABC 7 Eyewitness News in the morning. Weekdays with Judy Sue and Terrell Brown, Roz Varon, and Tracy Butler. Music, is that the ringtone on your phone?
It might be. Yeah, I read a long piece recently about Junior, and just that he's the reason baseball has thrived in Seattle. They got their new ballpark.
Yeah,
there have been a lot of great players in the history of that franchise, but in terms of what he meant at the time he was there,
absolutely,
there's no more important baseball player in Seattle baseball history.
The house that Junior built.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Edgar Martinez, Big Unit, Ichiro, all great, in most, if not all cases, Hall of Fame caliber players, but you know who I'll ask when we see him next weekend, and he'll give us a quick answer, and I trust his opinion more than anybody. Rick Riz.
Rick Riz.
He'll know. Swing and a miss by Montero. He started that 7th inning rally off the bench. It's a pinch hit single off Smith. ground. That's Jeanette, VR, and they go 4-6-3 to end the Cubs' 8th. It's 6-4 Cubs. Here's your Reynolds wrap-up report. The Cubs scoring the last 6 runs in this game after trailing 4-0. Put up a big 5 spot in the 7th. Anthony Rizzo, the hit of the day. The bases clearing go-ahead double as part of that 7th inning. Joe Nathan making a successful Cub debut as well. He can get a win. Pedro Strop.
On Friday, the Cubs bullpen had to cover 4 innings, and they did so beautifully. Allowed no runs, and rock solid so far here today for the pen. As John Lester worked into the 5th, but did not record an out in the 5th inning. So it's been Grimm, Richard, Nathan Wood, and now Strop, who is 2-2 with a .295, and he's got 2-3-4 due up here for the Brewers in the 8th. Cubs have now scored 12 runs in the 7th inning or later in this ballpark this year, inflicting some damage on this Brewer bullpen.
Yeah, the guys are going to sleep well tonight in their own beds during a 5-game trip. Bus back to Chicago. Head down to the south side tomorrow night.
See, now Joe being Joe, if I were him, what I would be tempted to do, because a lot of guys drive here and they'll also drive to the south side. I would try to get as many guys on the bus as possible, and I would stop the bus just outside of the cell and have them sing the school song. Or maybe a little "We Are the Cubbies, Mighty Mighty Cubbies." One of those songs you used to sing on the team bus.
So you think dress at Wrigley?
Yeah, put the uni on.
Maybe stop afterwards at home for ice cream.
Only if you win. You got to earn it. How cool would that be? The bus rolls up in front ice cream parlor, and a couple players start rolling out in their uniform. Joe hands them all a $5 bill.
Quick pitch. Ooh.
Red's got a hitting streak going. He does not have a hit today. He's had a nice day, though. He's worked a couple walks, has a sac fly and an RBI. Not today. That's not going to get called.
Sharply hit grounder. Zobrist has time. And Rizzo helps him out on the other end. And Ben says, thank you, Anthony.
Good at bat by Perez. Worked a deep count, hit it sharply, eats up Zobrist. Spikes it on over there to Rizzo, makes a nice pick. It's not an easy play for a first baseman. That ball thrown as hard as it was. Had a little in between hop from close distance.
Well, remember last year when we played the whole Cubs will fly to Midway, we had people who actually believed it because we were on the road. It's part of the collective bargaining agreement. It's going to be kind of fun. Fly from O'Hare to Midway. And then back after the 2-game series. Yeah, people want to know how you get to the ballpark if you're a Cubs player. They do have a team bus that will go from Wrigley Field to U.S. Cellular Field tomorrow. Guys can drive or take the train as they normally would to go to a home game. Swing and a miss. Braun is out. 2 down. If there's ever a rainout, would love to do the day-nighter both sides of town, as they've done in New York. Really important inning here. The 8th theoretically could be tougher than the 9th, and you think about the batters. 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 on Lucroy. Ramon Flores. On deck. A 1-2-3-8 for Pedro Strop. So the bullpen getting it done today. 6-4. The Mazda CX 9th inning is brought to you by the all-new 2016 Mazda CX-9. Mazda, driving matters. He is loving our theme music.
Big man's got some moves. I'll be able to secure that belt. Soldier, secure that belt.
Boyer to Caesar.
Matt likes that first one. Not this time.
Need a break. Some good dance moves. Couple of bounces up the middle and past a diving VR.
Nothing wrong with a little add-on. Guy's got a little topspin, maybe. Yeah, I see it come off the bat. He likes the juice on that last bounce. Skips on past VR for a leadoff knock.
Here's Dexter Fowler, and a big hand for him. Tommy LaStella removed it earlier. Had a big day in the leadoff spot. A walk, single, double, RBI and a run. I'm not saying I'm good, but I don't even have to look it up. If Joe Nathan gets a win, I'll tell you his record. Runner goes, throw to second in time to get Matt Caesar.
The running game really hasn't worked out too well for the Cubs today as Jonathan Lucroy continues to gun down base runners. Look how he's set up off the outside corner. This is almost like a pitch out. I mean, they were kind of guessing steal there. You could tell by the way Lucroy was set up well off the plate. Position to just catch and snap that throw to second base.
A 1 out and a 1-1 on the way to Fowler. 1-2. Joe Nathan would be 1-0 if he wins today. I say that with a lot of confidence.
He will be undefeated. And tomorrow in the Cubs notes, there'll be something along the lines of Joe Nathan became the first pitcher in Cubs history to make his major league debut at the age of 40 and win his first game since Joe Slobotnik in 1912. Get out of there. What a welcome back performance he had Friday night. First at bat off the DL, he goes deep. Had 2 other hits, drove in 3.
Hey, he walked him. Those are pinstripes on the suit of Ken Griffey Jr. Hall of Fame 2016. Class of 2016.
Stylish.
Bryant, the batter. Here's a pitch. It's a strike.
Every autograph he signs from this point forward, he and Piazza will be asked to put the little HOF on there.
White Sox will go into this 4-game home and home against the Cubs off back-to-back wins. The suspended game earlier they won, and they did it again in game 2 today, 5-4. Melky Cabrera with the big single. This was after David Robertson gave up 3 homers in the 9th to tie it. So 5-4 the final.
Wow.
White Sox at 47 and 50 going into the Crosstown Classic. We'll have it for you tomorrow night. Fowler safe. Right back in. So David Robertson, I think, got the win, right? Yeah. You go in with a 4-1 lead, you give up 3 homers. And you get the victory. Jose Quintana, 6 2/3, no runs today, and he gets a no decision.
He's Mr. Hard Luck, isn't he?
My idea is just you're allowed to give the win to the most effective pitcher no matter what. And today it would have been, it should have been, Quintana. And here's why that's not a controversial change in scoring. David Robertson would agree with me.
Yeah, he doesn't want that win.
He wouldn't want the win. He wanted the save.
Man, that's the ultimate vulture job there, though. Wow.
Full count, 3-2.
Chris has not hit a home run since July 5th, unless you count the All-Star game. Doing here what he has done so often, following behind in the count, but working his way back to full. How bold does Boyer want to be here with this 3-2 pitch?
Strike 3, 2 outs.
Boyer came up with a big pitch when he needed it, and at the bottom of the knees. It's been ball more often than strike today, but not that time.
Rizzo giving the Cubs the lead with his 3-run double in the 7th. Could be his 14th game-winning RBI this year. He leads the majors in that category. That one into the 3rd level. Hector Rondon will pitch the bottom of the ninth. Right now it's a save spot.
Combined, there have been 334 pitches made in this ball game. We close in on 4 hours of play. It was family day today here for the Brewers. The wives and kids were on the field with the players before the game, knocking the ball around, running around the bases. Little kids had their Brewer uniforms on. Some of them were able to take the field just prior to first pitch. And the Blaine Boyers kids were announced as the pitcher. Kids came out but these little guys or kids were not content to hang on the mound. They just wanted to run. They ran up over the mound and trotted out to second base, and he was frantically waving from the dugout. No, no, stay there.
VR to the bag to Forrest Fowler. Bottom 9, 6-4 Cubs. Nathan in his Cub debut, trailing, gave up a leadoff triple, then a walk, stolen base, so second and third, nobody out, and he strikes out Braun, Lucroy, and Carter in his first appearance in well over a calendar year, back from Tommy John surgery. He is the Cubs pitcher of record.
Yeah, and that would have been a footnote, right? Oh, what a nice job by Joe Nathan. He struck out the side. But it becomes much more than that as the Cubs rally to come back and take the lead. So a huge situation in this ball game, and now it's up to Hector Rondon to finish him off.
Here's pinch hitter Ramon Flores. Good start.
Cubs pitchers have recorded 14 strikeouts this afternoon.
7 by Lester in his 4+. He gets a no decision.
That's the third time in his last 4 starts that he has gone less than 5. It was really good last time out, John, was against the Mets.
1-2.
The Heat, a relatively tight strike zone, and the Brewers running game, his undoing here this afternoon.
Swing and a miss. 1 away.
Good sharp slider to finish him off.
Jeanette breaks his bat on a roller to Zobrist. Easy play. 2 down.
A number of the Brewer fans, I think, have left or are leaving the ballpark. So as we look out over the crowd in front of us, every jersey I see is a Cub jersey.
Yeah, this place will erupt here. Rondon can save it. 1-0 to Neuenhuis. Wind and the 1-1. 1-2.
Blue Bayou. '97, a little bit down. And then tighten up his shoes and go for 98.
Two pitch. We'll try it again. Jake Arrieta tomorrow night at the White Sox. Here on ABC 7. Drive to right. Hayward back, and it is gone. Kurt Neuenhuis with 3 homers these last 2 days, and it's a 1-run ball game.
And the nature of baseball, the guys run hot and cold, but it's crazy what's going on here at Neuenhuis. He was 0 for 18 prior to the game yesterday. Now he's hit 3 home runs in his last, what, 5 at-bats?
Well, very weird. There was not a huge cheer because of all the Cub fans here when that ball left the yard. Elmore in a 1-run game. Strike 1. Oh, and 2. Cubs win. Cubs win. Rondon gives up the home run to Neuenhuis, but saves it for Joe Nathan. The final score as the Cubs take 2 of 3. Cubs 6, Brewers 5. And the Cubs were able to accomplish something they hadn't done in a long time, winning 3 consecutive series to start a second half out of the break. First time in 80 years they've done that, since 1936.
Wow, boy, it did not come easy today. This could have been a very frustrating day at the ballpark, but it ends up being a very feel-good day for a lot of reasons. And a big one, that guy right there, Anthony Rizzo's bases clearing double on a 2-strike, 1-ball, 2-strike pitch. The great work by Nathan.